And welcome back everybody to the Predator IBPF European Pool Championships. This is the Seniors Championships, and in the Ladies Division we have a great match coming up for you today, as we have Veronika Cordian from Germany on the left up against Caroline van Steenbergen from the Netherlands. This event is being run in Assen in the Netherlands, so quite a lot of Dutch national players in the tournament, and I'm very much looking forward to see how well they can do. But for now, it's a loser qualification match. Race to 5, 10 ball, so they will have to break from outside the box. You can see on the left there's 2 lines. Cue ball has to be placed outside of that. So let's see how this match will unfold. Try break though as a starter, and maybe a real first 1-9 combination. Yeah, we've seen Jorge Tinoco succeed yesterday, winning the straight pool championship alongside with Rainer Wisbicki. In the 45 plus division it was Tinoco, and in the 55 plus division it was Wisbicki. So I believe there was already 3 medals for the Germans in the opening discipline of the European Championships. Now this 4 ball, slightly tricky to get on. If you look at the shape, only does go to the bottom right, I think. Don't think it does go to the side. And if it does go to the side, it will be difficult to get straighter on the 5 ball, because the cue ball is going to run fully into the 6. All played it nicely. That little nudge on the 6 could have worked out horrible if the cue ball got closer to the side, but she does get the perfect shape on the 5. Looks to be cueing all right. Most of the times we see both players struggle a little bit, especially the first rack. Kind of has to get used to the TV table, get used to this, being on the stream, knowing that a lot of people are gonna be watching, and just the whole tension in the match itself to be playing in this important match. So sometimes we see a little bit of a struggle as a start, but so far Veronika looking to be pretty much in line. little bit more awkward on this 8. Has called the 9 ball. Just gotta make sure to play it with the pace that the 8 stays over the corner. Easy to let the 8 slip away from you. Yeah, I have to say, handling everything quite nice so far. Ooh, she's got the 8 slightly thin. I was wondering, is she going to play this with just that little bit of outside spin? She has not, so now a lot trickier on this 10 to win the opening rack in this race to 5. Well, I gotta say, that was a huge 10 ball, but she does get the job done quite early in this rack. So Cordian leading now, 1-0. Beautiful run out. Now Van Steenbergen, her break does come up dry. Of course, the last rack she did miss that real first combination. Has to be careful not to go down too big in the early stage of the match. Not too sure exactly what her plan was. Biggest problem, of course, in this layout is the blue 2. Especially from where the position on the 1 is laying now. I'm quite sure she's gonna play thin over the 1, pushing it above the 6. In the cue ball underneath the 2, 3, 7. So there's good news and bad news on this. The good news definitely being the fact that there's no easy kick shot available to hit the 1. The bad news being there is the jump shot, just slightly available still. Well, she does make a good hit, and look at this. Almost nestled up behind the 9 ball. Yeah, super tight side pockets. Now, I was talking earlier about Tinoco, who actually in his... Oh dear. That's always painful, the miscue. I was just gonna say, who in his interview after his win, he was talking to us about how the tables, since they've been using the Predator tables, that it's just slightly more difficult. The pockets play more difficult than the previous tables we've had. And that he definitely needed some time to adjust to it. So we are possibly going to see a lot of balls being missed just because of the fact most of the players, they got used to this equipment. Now, Carolina did miss that one ball earlier to the side. I'm slightly surprised she went for the side pocket once again. Could have chosen to maybe not play the aggressive shot this time and just play the safety behind the 3 ball. Nicely maneuvered cue ball. 2 rails, 3 rails to get to the 6. Now, she does have prime shape to play shape on the 7 to the bottom right corner in this view. As you see, it does not go to the top right, so needs a bit of work, but also means that she will have to play a hint of inside on this 6 ball, and that makes the shot a lot tougher. Well, most of the people probably not so familiar with both players. For me, I only know Carolina a bit. No, she has won some medals in the national championships in the open women division, so not the seniors ladies. Yeah, she has not landed on the 7 ball, so we'll have to play safe, or she goes aggressive to the bottom left, but cannot imagine. Yeah, good effort to get the distance in. Will be interesting to see if she can avoid getting behind the 10. Oh, and she's overcut the 7. Yeah, clearly struggling so far. That cue ball, a little bit of a fortunate roll there for Carolina. And how to get there, could go 2 rails, so over the top short rail, long rail, short rail into the 7, possibly 3. But it's kind of a blind shot as you're starting the route over the other side of the table. I think she has called this option. Oh, it's close. Oh, good try. That was actually really, really close. Like I said, it's difficult to judge the angle as you're shooting away from the object ball you're trying to hit. And I think if Van Steenbergen gets her first game on the board, she will also slowly start to get some rhythm, some confidence. It's definitely going to settle down, but sometimes it can cost a little time to do that. Slightly longer on this 9. Good news is you don't have to do too much. Just stun the cue ball off the rail and take a slightly longer 10. Would not try to go all the way back up, put a big draw on there, and now you suddenly hang the 9. So she's done nicely there. So levels the score 1 each. Caroline van Steenbergen. Nice clearance from the 7. Not sure actually if I have mentioned this, but we are playing alternate break. Has come up dry, meaning no balls going into the pocket, and most likely to see a push out because no open shot on the 1 and it's too early to go aggressive. There is a possible bank shot available though, and if you look at where the 2 and the 3 ball are, might be worth going for it. No, decided to go for cover. Couple of bumps, but she does get the hook behind the 8. So I'm guessing the jump cue will have to come out for Van Steenbergen. Quite some back and forth on this one ball. I have to say, beginning of the rack, the balls were not laying so great yet for the run out. Starting to look better now overall if you look at, well, maybe to get from the 2 to the 3, but the 4 is quite available in front of the side. And after that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all near the 10 but in an open position. So the main thing is, well, can she make the jump and get nicely on the 2 ball to the side? Oh, nice shot, little rub of the 10 and the shape on the 2. She will be able to work something out with this. Oh. Did she catch that a little thicker than she wanted to? Was she trying to play to the short side or to the high side? Yeah, difficult to say from this angle how full she can still hit this. I think she has called the corner, but could be very thin on the 3 ball from the view I have. Yeah, it's very thin. She won't be complaining if you look at the leaf. I mean, the main thing is, I mean, of course, it's not always that easy, but when you make a solid hit, that's where you at least give yourself a chance to get a fortunate roll or maybe bump a couple balls and the whole rack could work out for you. But, of course, there's always the risk of selling out. Now, if you give ball in hand on a couple of those shots, that's where you lose the initiative. Ball in hand obviously gives your opponent a way better chance to run out. Yeah, just like this, to be honest, not very sure what kind of shot she had in mind playing directly into the 3 ball, but she really has not left anything on, so she still lives to shoot another shot, and that can come up very handy. Back and forth looking for maybe a full kiss on the 3 ball. I would not play this with too much pace. I kind of like how she hit it, just a slight bit of cut on there. Well, it's kind of tricky. Some players would like to play the 3 off the 4 and the cue ball behind the 6. But there is a chance of making the 4 in the corner. And if you hook the cue ball behind the 6, this is trouble, big trouble. And yeah, it was laying just exactly on the combo. So now if you look at this layout, what else is there to work on? The 8 does go to the bottom right. So that shouldn't be a problem. Maybe slightly more angle on the 6. Might have to choose to play this in one of the top corners. Or, I mean, the top right corner, of course, is the logic option, but not the right side pocket. Cue ball is going to run further from the 7 ball. She has chosen to play the side, and that's where she loses the cue ball a bit. So we need a good shot on this 7 ball stun to cross over for the 8 in the same corner. Oh, she's played it very nice. Almost scratched inside. She is kind of looking like she might have gotten a little bit hooked behind the 10, but I think it's still on. With where the 9 ball is, this is a great chance to extend the lead to a 2-1. Yeah, and now almost perfect on the 10 to take the lead back in this loser qualification match. There it goes. Nice run out. For a second it looked to be a little bit more difficult with that longer 7 ball, but she's played it well. This is to qualify for the last 16. The single elimination stage. Nice safety. Nicely controlled 1 ball. Got the distance. Won't be too difficult to hit the 1 ball, but at least it's always sensitive. And now this time Caroline actually, with a little bit of luck, if you look at what she had left for her opponent if the 8 did not drop. But the 8 ball dropping means Veronica can either play herself or give it back. And I'm quite sure everyone would agree to give it back at this point. Yeah, maybe another soft safety behind the 5. Played it well. I was gonna say another possibility is to bank into the 4 ball, but it's quite aggressive, and if you don't make it and you leave the 1 ball in the open, then again this layout now opening up slightly by every shot, so I think she's going 2 rails. Good hit, but a shot on the 4 ball is on. Combination. So now an opportunity to extend the lead. Cut the 1, run towards the 2 ball, so automatically should be automatically straight on the 2, or straight-ish. Now probably going to stun over to the left side of the 3 ball. She's not feeling it to go into the rail and out to play the 3 in the same corner. Yeah, and especially with the 6 and the 7 in front of the corner, the only thing, like the only big shot I still see coming is to get from the 7 to the 9. Ooh. Well, I think she might have been playing the window in between the 9 and the 6 too much, causing her to look more at the cue ball than the object ball. So let's see, is she playing the safety 2 rails behind the 7, or is she cutting? Oh, I think she put the wrong spin on the cue ball. Just a slight drip of outside would have sent the cue ball 2 rails behind the 7 on the right. Could have went aggressive too, playing the cut, running the cue ball 4 rails. Ideally frozen to the 5 ball. Not sure whether she take away enough of the right long rail. Well, interesting. I think she was aiming for the cut. It's not a guaranteed make, but I have to say it's quite worth going for it. Cue ball will go 2 rails to get shape on the 5, but just slightly too thick. And it's not like they're getting easier shots also. Like if you look at this, almost straight on the 3 ball, we'll have to slightly cheat the pocket to bring the cue ball back up. She's played it well, but kind of scary with the cue ball so close to the rail. Now she is straight on the 7. Is she playing for the 9 in the top right corner? I think that might be her best chance if she's gonna draw straight back. Could leave her a lot tougher, but as you can see, she's not happy. Tried to get slightly closer on it and a little straighter. Oh, good news for her. Just topspin would work. I would play this just topspin. Let the cue ball just float up table for the 10 in the side. And I have a feeling she might have been trying to bring the cue ball back up table slightly too much. Overcutting the ball there to force the cue ball over, and look at this for a chance for Cordian. Just topspin, maybe a drip of right is already enough to get the shape on the 10. Yeah, cuts the 10 in, and now leading 3-1. Caroline van Steenberg in early trouble in this match. And obviously, she won't be happy with her game. She's missed a couple of crucial opportunities. Like I mentioned, for the men, they have had the straight pool division to start with, so they definitely had the straight pool to get a little bit used to the tables, to the conditions, to the whole setting. For the ladies, the 10 ball is the first discipline. Straight pool really not that popular in Europe, starting to be a little less, and the first signs of that is definitely in the girls and the ladies, or girls, women and ladies divisions. I still think in the women's we still have the straight pool. So that's the Open European Championships for the women. But this is the 45 plus, and I just don't think most of the people enjoy to play straight pool as much. So they're not having that discipline anymore, and now the 10 ball is the starter for this event, which is not always easy. I mean, it's not something where you can find a lot of rhythm. Most of the time you're playing with clusters on the table, different layouts, tough layouts, difficult positions. So not easy to get going, and that might be the case for Caroline van Steenberg. I'm not too sure. I mean, we never know for sure. A little bit of speculation won't hurt. Yeah, just like that, another surprising miss. So now, the wrong side of the floor. How is she going to get on the 5 ball? Is she going to leave herself a bigger cut? It is very possible, but... yes, to run the cue ball way more than this. And this rack was a little bit about the 5 ball too. Like, it was always going to be a challenge to get on it with how small the positional area was. And that means that if she opens this for Caroline, Caroline will have a good chance. Well, actually, conservative has not moved the 5 ball much away from where it was. And now really put Van Steenberg in a difficult position. This is not an easy save by any means. Still has to play something. Probably cut the 5 to the top long rail. Way more conservative shot than you probably would want to play, but what else? Oh. Well, quite a trap. Still has the escape over the bottom long rail. The question is, you're probably going to send the 5 towards the 8. What's the plan of, like, getting a little bit of luck? Maybe get the hook? Not so much of a plan. Now, this is very important. If you consider the fact that she's down now 3-1, it's a race to 5. She has to make sure to stay in this match. So 3-2, very welcome. 4 against 1, big trouble. Just slightly on the rail. A little bit more awkward cueing. And it's nice. And like I mentioned, there's always that early nerve in the match. And maybe not for Cordian, who started off quite alright. But Carolina really struggled. Is now starting to find a little bit more rhythm around the table. This then to at least close the gap to 3-2. So it is Caroline van Steenbergen who pulls one back. I have to say, momentum going a little bit all over. I feel like I mentioned, Veronica Cordian starting off the match very nicely. Nice clearance twice in a row. To then now, on the other side, I see Caroline van Steenbergen. Couple rolls, then a nice run out. Climbing back into this match. So overall, difficult to pick a winner. And we might have a heel match here. But of course, it's still a long way to go. So let's see what she does on the break. Yeah. Sure, she has to be happy to stay back at the table, but getting this position after a break almost feels like you just had a dry break. Like, where to push to, almost all the positions you leave something on the one. Could push for a jump over the 5, but then again, like I mentioned, it's not the best push to play. Could leave a 1-8 combination. She has kicked to this position. Did she leave something on? That's the question. So a good push out has resulted in an opening shot on the 1. Now tricky positions probably to get on the 3 ball is challenging. Possible 3-4 combination. She is going for a 2-8 combination now, so I would say just play the 2-8 soft, run the cue ball forward. Don't think you're going to end up without a shot very often. Oh, a cue ball around the 7 just barely got there. Ooh, yeah, she's caught it. Slightly full. Now, she might be able to still play the carom. Just not sure how much she's going to get on the 3 ball as you're banking the 3 off the rail too. Could still play the combination. Then again, both shots a little bit lower in percentage of getting a guaranteed shot after. Okay, interesting. Turning down the long shot on the 3. Could have had shape after, but chose to play safe. And did she get enough of that safety? Yeah, difficult shot that was. And the leave, not too great, but Caroline can roll up on the 9 ball, so still has a chance to keep the initiative this rack and to fight her way into making this match a 3 each. Yeah, slightly in between. I don't like the cut in the side and I don't like the bank shot as much. I'm not saying it's not there, but you will have to stiffen the angle quite a bit. So stun, right spin, make the angle of the 3 ball short. And preferably you would like to get a little straighter on the 5. She might be playing... No, she did go aggressive on the bank. Then again, plenty of distance, so not an instant sellout. Did she even get a slight roll behind the 7 ball? No, she's lining up to play to the top left. She makes it and gets on the 5. She's a dead favorite to bring herself on the hill first. Veronica Cordian. Oh, what a shot. Great cueing. Yeah, now in prime shape on the 5. Just try to bring yourself closer to the 7. A little bit of traveling to do afterwards. But... yeah, I mean, should be okay to bring the cue ball. Anything near the center of the table is fine. Oh. Yeah, and just when I said, you know, just the center of the table would have been just perfect. Now, slightly more cut on the 9. Probably will have to play with top right past the cue ball to the other side of the side pocket, 2 rails. Yeah, and she scratched in the side pocket. That's why I said she needed that bit of outside spin to get past the side. And what a gift for Caroline van Steenbergen, who levels the score now at 3. So it's only a race to 2 from here. Pick your winners. And I have a feeling we might go for a break. No, I thought Caroline did say something there, but apparently it was not for a timeout. So we will see Veronica Cordian to break. Maybe she told her, no, it's your break. Who knows? But score tied at 3. Played with a little bit of fire there, almost scratching in the corner, but I think she might have the nice hook, or at least the distance. That's a guarantee. And missing the 1 ball completely. I mean, it's not the worst thing that could have happened. Sure, nobody likes to miss the ball completely, but 6-9 tied up. All the balls near the bottom side of the table, so you would say less traveling is easier to run out, but still have to navigate the cue ball nicely in between everything. And how often do we see that go wrong? Yeah, and already to get to the 2 ball. Did not manage to get there, so back to the safeties. Unless she goes aggressive with the carom on the 10, but the early 10 ball is not a win. So it makes no sense to really play for it. The 2 ball is going to get distance. Like I mentioned, this is to qualify for the last 16 single elimination. But it is a loser round match, a one-loss side match, so that means the loser of this match is out. Jump cue coming out. Yeah, still, if you look at the position of the 6 ball, that's the most worrying shot, I would say, on the table. Now, of course, this is the most, or one of the most important racks for this match. Especially after Cordian scratching from the 9 to the 10 in the last track. Could say Caroline the favorite. And a slight nudge there on the 8 could have been bigger trouble, but it's not. Yeah, could have played for a bank shot on the 6. Yeah, could maybe play the 6 off the rail, carom off the 9 into the 10, or a 6-9-10 combination. But imagine also the spread of the overall balls is not so bad, and she might be playing the carom. Well, it's just one more mistake. You could leave the whole rack wide open. She does manage the carom nice. 10 ball comes back up table. So possibly one good shot here. Thing is, if you stop the cue ball, you leave yourself quite some angle on the 7. If you play draw, you have to land like in between the 9 and the 10, and it's easy to run too far, and that's just the pressure getting on the body. Just put too much, and this is starting to be quite dramatic, this match. Has left this 7 ball on. For the cut. Cannot really imagine her turning this down. Even with top spin, cue ball safely runs into the 10. Oh, she really tried to stun the cue ball away from the 10. Was afraid of the bump. Missed it, but look at where the 7 ball landed. That's a little bit of a roll. We need to see the perfect kick and stick over the bottom short rail. Top left spin. Have to hit it full in the face on the 7. If not, most likely the cue ball is going to leak out. Oh, did she get second prize? Did that 10 ball mean something to her? That's the biggest question. She might be cutting this to the top right. She has cut it to the top right. What a beautiful cut that was. Wow. Great on the 8. And now a chance to get on the hill once again. She did have that opportunity before. Still needs a good positional shot from 8 to 9. Straight draw. And a little bit more angle on this 10, but this 10 to get on the hill first. And she does make it beautifully. So Veronica Cordian on the hill first. Even though she struggled the last track to get there, this time she has done it. And a slight bit of trouble for Caroline van Steenbergen. Oh dear, now also the cue ball directly into the side pocket. Ball in hand for the German. Then again, if you look at the 4 ball, not so easy to get to. Same goes for the 6, but with 5 is laying alright to do that. What is the plan? Already a little bit off angle on this 2. Might have to play with top right spin, 2 rails to check the cue ball towards the 3. Yeah, and that's not going to make it to the 4 ball. Needed more inside spin. Well, she is still going for a thin contact on this 4-ball, but I would say it's quite a small... Yeah, a small target to hit. And what are you gonna give away? Well, in this case, I think we know the answer. Ball in hand. Are we going to see that Hill? Not too sure if we will. Still a good positional shot needed from 7 to the 8. Always looks easy when you look at the layout. It looks like all the balls are in the open, but still, if you look at the positional areas being blocked, the 9 ball is blocking quite a bit of area to land in for the 8. Yeah, key shot coming up. This is quite the cut. She might even have to cut this with inside spin. And that would mean not so much future on the 8 unless she lands perfect to the right center. She's missed it. She's bumped the 9 out of the way for the 8. The only good news I can bring for Carolina is the fact that the 9 is blocking the 8 to the corner. The shape on the 8 not as easy. Yeah, and I think she was so focused on bringing the cue ball to the right side of the 8. The spin got her on the shot. She's missed it, so back and forth misses now. Of course, one knows that she can make it to the last 16 single elimination, and the other one knows that she's on the edge of defeat for the 10-ball division, so obviously both aware. Oh, she's played a really good shot there on the 7. Nice bit of inside spin. Not out of the woods yet, but I'm saying overall that was a good shot to start with. How is she going to run into the 8? Can she draw around the 9 still? I think low left into the rail and out should be okay. Asks a little bit more of your stroke. Yeah, she's got it thick. And yet again, not landing to where you would say, okay, it's over. Like, there's still hope for Carolina to get back to the table. Even though I'm quite sure she was thinking, oh no, this is done after missing the 8. Oh, the big cut. And now the long shot on the 9. Yeah, I could have maybe played with more left spin to run the cue ball around the 10, but even though it's easy to say afterwards, but on that moment itself, she might have told herself, listen, just make the ball and take whatever we get on the 9 ball after. Oh, that was close. The shape too, I think pace overall was going to be fine. Just the aiming point. Now is Carolina able to make this long cut on the 9 and bring this match to a hill. Bring them both to the mountain, but who is going to climb it first? It's the question. Oh, she's overcut it. How's the leave? Does it run far enough? Yes, it has run far enough. Can you believe? That's quite fortunate. Long distance safety now. Like I mentioned, this is a big thing for both ladies, and I'm sure Carolina not happy with her overall performance. But then also I think both players have showed us some really good shots, some good safeties. So even though it has been a struggle, doesn't mean both players have played really bad. And just like this safety battle here, this is a good shot also from Cordian. Look at the pace, the 9 ball almost glued to the top short rail. This is the point where you might almost have to go for the straight back, the bank shot to the bottom right. Just when she needed it most. What a safety behind the 10. That, as you could see, it was almost impossible to also get cover on the 9. But she did play the perfect pace to land behind the 10. Great hit. And another tough leave. Things really not getting any easier this match. Cannot imagine her going for this cut. Just the fact that she has missed a couple cuts here and there. But sure, if she goes for it, it's either win or lose. Yeah, not too sure about the safety shot there. Caught it too thick. Try to bring the cue ball behind the 10, but this could be it. Where's the cue ball? How is the pace? Does she land on the 10? Cue ball near the rail. Are we gonna see more drama, or is she able to close it out and get to the last 16? And there it is. So it is Veronica Cordian who makes it to the last 16 single elimination stage, beating Caroline van Steenbergen 5-3. Thanks everyone for tuning in with us at ProBilliardTV. Hopefully we'll see you back here for our next match coming up, I believe, quite shortly. Let me see. Just making sure the facts are right, of course. Our next match is at 4 p.m. So that means that's in 20 minutes. So hopefully we'll see you back. Tim de Ruiter here signing off for now, but we'll see you in a little bit.
force he shoot the ball, so it's illegal. You need to return again.
Oh no. Okay. Next time.
Players, please leg.
We'll be following today is a 10-ball race to 7 between Patrick and Bom from Sweden versus the Frenchman Bertrand de Loriol. I was trying to do some research on both of the players, and well, first glance what I can say is they've not been so long into the seniors tour. Neither of the two players have actually went on to get a medal, so there's a lot at stake for both of them, as we will see how the Frenchman will get off to a start in this match. It's alternate break, as always with 10 ball. It's called shot. Both players are playing under a shot clock, which was in operation for the entirety of this year's European Championships. As it's the left-handed Frenchman breaking off here. Dry break, but unless Patrick can play a carom on this 6 ball, which he seems to have been trying to play, you could see it was not only a difficult shot, it was always a little guess where the 1 ball would have ended. And even though he might have left the putt on for his opponent, playing position onto the 2 ball is far from guaranteed. He's called the 1 ball into the left bottom corner pocket. He's trying to screw past the face of the 8. because the 6 ball was so close to the pocket, he felt like as long as he would mate the 1, he had good odds to continue this visit. In the previous match I was commentating, there was a similar pattern. The first rack was a little bit messy, a lot of back and forward with some tactical exchanges. And sometimes I just feel like, particularly for the less experienced players, and when I say less experienced, I mean on the highest stage, the not so regular winners, believe that sometimes these type of racks can actually help them to settle, although that nudge on the 2 ball has definitely given the Frenchman Bertrand the advantage here. Don't know whether he can see below just past the middle pocket, so risky shot here, not guaranteed to hit the 1. Patrick knew he couldn't afford to hit it too hard. Unfortunately, he actually underhit it where the cue ball grabbed too much spin. That's why he's missed it on the thin side. And although all of the balls are still at the table, it's still a good opportunity to take the first rack in this match. Cue ball needs to run into the 10. You cannot see, yeah, so he's still on the 3 ball, so he's still fine. That cue ball would have missed the 10. That would have been a completely different story. And from this point, it looks like a formality, just connecting the dots. Stop shot here on the 4 ball, pot the 5, leave himself either one of the 2 options, send the cue ball towards the left side rail or keep it more central. It was in all fairness, a odd one. That cue ball should have never even threatened the middle pocket. Nevertheless, still no problem. He's got a slight angle here on the 7. Don't know whether he can hold the cue ball on the right side of the table. Might have to stun screw towards the left side, just past the middle pocket. Yeah, he felt that he could hold the cue ball. I purposely didn't say anything because I was thinking he needs to make sure he pots the 8 here, and then this rack should be his. But well, as you could see, that 8 ball didn't even hit the jaws of the pocket. And his opponent not interested in the attacking options. Managed to create some distance. That's the one of the requirements when you're playing safe. Gorgeous bank shot there by Bertrand. I think he is more reluctant to go towards the... Wow. With this overhead view camera, you could see from what angle the cue ball went close to the middle pocket. And it's an odd one. If it would have dropped, you'd be entitled to say he's unfortunate, but at the same time, you could say he should have always missed the middle pocket rather than hit the jaw. Nevertheless, it's the Frenchman who gets the first rack on the board. It's the winner's qualification, so whoever wins will prevail towards the last 16. The loser of this match will have another chance to qualify for the last 16, so it's not the end of the race if one of the two players loses. Well, what a delightful break that was by Patrick Enbom. You could not have had the layout better spread than this. Nice easy opening shot on the one ball as well. I mean, yes, it's early days, but I'm sure he'll be disappointed after having had such a successful break, which is not easy to do. As you can see, this 10 ball is played with a break box, and the players have to go outside that middle break box, which adds an element of difficulty to the 10 ball break. Patrick can come off the left side of the table, just hit the long rail before the middle pocket. That should be the line going in towards the 7. Little light on his cue ball. Would have preferred to be a bit further away from the rail. And I think he's almost dead straight. Yeah. He's made this one a little bit awkward for himself. That 7 ball just wiggled in. So the part here on the 8 is not difficult at all. It's all about picking a line for his cue ball, whether he wants to go forward off 2 rails for the 9 into the same pocket, or just draw this one in off the side rail, possibly hit the second left side rail for the 9 in the top left corner pocket. The line is good. What's the pace? That seems alright to me. So this 10 ball to draw level. And what a delightful break that was. Break and run, in fact, by Patrik Enbom from Sweden. Textbook break and run. And the second attempt by Bertrand. Once again, it's a dry break. Managed to get good control of his cue ball, but of course that means nothing if you don't have a ball potted after the break. Unfortunately, that's not enough for Patrik. He needed a little bit more angle on this 3 ball to possibly try and disturb the 4 ball. This is a thin cut and he's losing his cue ball. It's going away. Hard to control these type of shots. Don't know whether, well, I was about to say, don't know whether he's tempted by this bank shot. So he's called the 4 into the top right corner pocket. And I think he's trying to play this shot with an element of safety in mind. Hoping that if he sticks it up for the pocket, that 7 might come to rescue. But that cue ball is gone. One tight positional shot here from the 4 onto the 5 would make him favorite for this rack, Bertrand. I like the line. How's his pace? It's a little bit awkward because he has to cue over the 6. It's fairly straight. Referee keeping a close eye on this one. Yeah, I was I was about to say this is something you see happen. I don't know, for whatever reason you see that happen a lot. When a player miss it, they always tend to miss it thin rather than thick. That was a careless one by Patrick. He was, well, almost perfect on the 7 ball. Just took his eye off the pot for a second. This requires some good cueing on and off the top rail. Isn't it funny how the 7 he missed just prior to that into the same pocket was a lot harder, but a lot easier, but because of it, might have taken it ever so slightly for granted, missed it. This time around gets to pot the 7 off the rail, requires a bit more attention, and he pots it in as it was nothing. Happens to the best of them, of course, missing unforeseen shots, but has retrieved the situation, now up for the first time in this match. Still early days, of course, but his previous break, well, not only was it perfect, it was a break and run as well. I'm sure he'll be trying to draw on that memory and play another fantastic break. Well, although this one is a dry break, one thing is for certain, Patrick is no slouch in the breaking department of the game. He seems to get a lot of power in his breaks. Always handy, particularly when you're playing 10 or 8 ball. That was a very clever shot there played by Patrick. Delightful touch as well. And of course, the one ball now being so close to the two. If, for example, Bertrand is coming off the side rail, he could possibly hit the two first. I suppose the three ball being where it is, it's not 100% sellout in potential. If you were to miss the one, surely you should be able to make contact with the one here. That seems like a full ball hook to me. Well, I don't know whether you can hear the sound in the background. The referee did warn Patrick that he was running out of time. When the referee says time, it means you've got 10 seconds to execute the shot. Patrick didn't opt to take his extension. Took a bit more time than needed to play that potential jump. And it's resulted into a time foul. Ball in hand for his opponent. This is where the work begins. From the 2 on to the 3, as well as the 3 to the 4. That's the most difficult part of this rack, you think. Not 100% sure what Bertrand was trying to play there, but nevertheless, he's got a full ball hook on this 3. Patrick, of course, could easily hit the 3 here. And he potted it. I think he did call it, so yeah, that's why he's running around the table. And that could have been worse, you know. This bang shot, as he's called it, into the bottom left middle pocket, or the left center pocket. This is a very doable bang shot. Failed to make it, and when you have a closer look where his cue ball has landed, that would have been a great opportunity to extend his lead. Bertrand has to make up his mind whether he wants to draw this cue ball past the middle pocket or just below it, above it I should say, from this angle. Yeah, it's above it. Didn't want to flirt with the middle pocket. And this is a comfortable enough shot and angle on the 5 to continue this run. Just a gentle stun or screw of 2 rails for the 6 into the side pocket. If you could place his cue ball exactly where it is now, that would have been perfect. Oh my dear. I did not see that one coming. Neither did he, I believe. That's a reprieve for Patrick. Going through the angles. Top left. Both players let each other off the hook there. This is fine for Bertrand. Just needs to follow through this cue ball. On and off the top rail. Even straight wouldn't be too disastrous. Just, although he gave his opponent a great chance to counter, failed to make that 7 ball. And it's the Frenchman who draws level once again. Bertrand, he's called the bank shot here on the 2 into the top right corner pocket. That always seemed like the most obvious challenge. Just trying to miss the 2 ball. Seem to be in the way anyways. But even though having made contact with the 3 ball, it's not pushed the 3 ball into an open puttable position. Patrick immediately took the chance to develop the 3-ball, which was a delightful shot. I was thinking maybe rail first, because it looked pretty straight to me. Now, Bertrand has a chance to try and send this 2-ball towards the right side of the table and have his cue ball come all the way down off a couple of rails. Use the 4, 9, 10 and a 7 as blockers. Yeah, that seemed to be the plan. And well, I think, yeah, he's got the hook. And would he get a ball in hand? He should be able to resolve that situation there. Closest to the side rail. Side pocket, I mean. The 2 has just pushed the 3 and the 9 into a position where, well, there are combinations available, but I don't know whether it's possible from this position. I think he's called the 10-ball. Nope. Well, whatever his plan was, that was definitely not it. Bertrand having a little chat to himself, not happy with some of the shots he's played in this rack. Yeah, that 7 and a 10 is clearly a challenge. I suppose if Patrick can leave himself anywhere straight-ish onto the 6-ball, he should be able to leave himself a comfortable angle on the 7 to play the carom, to pot the 10. Of course, when he pots the 10 will be respotted, but as long as he calls that, he would be able to continue the run. So it's a delicate situation, but I believe this positional shot, 5 onto the 6, is the key shot, one of the key shots actually. Of course, the 7-10 carom also requires some control. That's okay still. You can cut the 6 into the side pocket, send his cue ball up and down. He's got a lot of margin to play with. As long as he passes the middle line, So if you would draw a line here vertically, yeah, past the middle line, that should do the trick. It's called the 10 ball, although a little bit shorter would have been ideal. So it might have to be a slow roll. And try and hold the 7 for the top right corner pocket. Yeah, that's the game plan. And that's still okay, however. The cue ball will be going a little, ever so slightly towards the side rail. Doesn't have to worry about that, of course. Just make sure of the 7. Manage to hold it, so that's a well thought out couple of pots there by Patrick, which have seemed to have, well, made him favorite for this rack. He was hoping not to having to use the bottom rail. Too much an angle on this 9, so has to use the bottom rail. And that's played very well indeed. Dear me. Patrick tried to call the bank shot onto 1. I think he got a little bit of unintentional side, which made the cue ball arc like a little swerve shot. That's why he's missed the 1 in its entirety, because it was jacked up. The last thing he would have wanted was present his opponent with a ball in hand. Well, seems to be pretty straight on this 5 ball, and usually not a problem, but because he's so close to the side rail, it's a little bit harder to get a purchase on the cue ball, but that he's hit that as good as any shot he's hit throughout this match so far. Yeah, not so sure why he's once again not trying to avoid the side rail. Just makes this run a bit more complex. Yes, the 8 ball is close to the rail, but it's close to the pocket, but why make it so hard on yourself? This is a tricky positional shot coming up. My cue ball could go very close to the left middle pocket. Yeah, potted the 8 ball thick. Desperately was trying to put that potential scratch out of the equation. Yeah, the only reason that 9 ball did not drop is because of the pace. And of course, you could always say you could have hit it even sweeter. But if you would have played it pocket sweet, as we would call it, I tend to believe that 9 ball would have dropped. He's got another chance at this. Straight bank shot. Guaranteed position onto 10 ball. Yeah, a little smile by Bertrand, but I don't know. I mean, that bank attempt by Patrick was very makeable, so I'm not so sure why he's having a little smile to himself. But yeah, just hit the side rail too soon. So Bertrand back from his timeout. You could clearly see on his facial expressions that previous rack for some reason got to him. So I think he did well to use his timeout, probably just to recompose himself. And although he's not left himself a potting opportunity, if he can thin clip this one, just miss the 6 ball, that cue ball could go behind the 4 and the 5 and the 3. He's tried to go a different route. And you know what? The same type of line is available to his opponent. He's got other options as well. You can send this one ball towards the right side of the table. Now he's using the 4 and the 2. And he's played that to perfection. What a shot that was. He's blocked off, well, pretty much the most conventional pathway towards the 1. So his opponent will need to use at least 2 rails in trying to hit this 1. And make no mistake about it, if he fails to hit the 1, a ball in hand can be considered as a good chance for his opponent. Yeah, that was all because of a very good safety shot by Patrick. This is what we consider a forced error. This 1 onto the 2 ball is critical in this rack, you feel. Desperately needs an angle on the 2 ball to go closer and towards the 3 ball. Yeah, because of the position of the 5 ball, if you would have been a little bit straighter on this 3, I would think it would be a little bit easier. That 5 ball is quite a hindrance from this angle. That miss was all due to the position of the 5 ball. As you could see, it was a delicate positional shot. The putt on the 3 was not so hard, of course. Failed to make it, however. Big stroke required here. Needs to play the figure of 8 off 2, I think even 4 rails onto the 5. Yeah, underhit it. Didn't have enough backspin on it. However, as you can see, if he would have made the 4, this still would have been fine, but this rack is still in the balance. You feel whoever gets to play a telling safety shot should create an advantage. This is a very steep angle for Patrick. I don't know whether he can make contact with the 4. If he does, he might actually putt this. I think he's called it as well. Yeah, it looked like a very steep angle. Now, this is a golden opportunity for the Frenchman to try and reduce the deficit. Let's not forget, it's a race to 7, 5-2 deficit. Is a long way back. He's got options here. He can top this one through or stun it. If he tops it through, it's impossible to snooker yourself with the 10 ball. Slightly under hit that one. Should make this 8 though. No reason not to make it. And this was an interesting rack. Both players had a couple of bites at the cherry. Eventually, oh my days. I cannot believe he's missed that one. Well, goes to show you can never take any shot for granted. I was already talking as if that 10 ball was already in. Clearly, that was both of us taking that 10 ball for granted. And I don't know, but usually maybe it's a superstition. The pool gods tend not to forget when you miss an easy shot like that. Can he rescue this situation by making this bank shot? Bottom center pocket. Yeah, nicely done. But you can see, quite rightly so, not entirely happy with the situation. He knows full well he was let off the hook in this rack multiple times actually. Nevertheless, reduces the deficit once again, trailing 4-3 now. Patrick is a very powerful breaker. Unfortunately, ever since the first rack where he produced a textbook break and run, he's failed to pot a ball, or at least pot a ball and get a opening shot of his break. And so far as the scoreline suggests as well, these tactical exchanges have been in the balance. Neither of the two players seems to have run away with it. Nicely executed positional shot there by Patrick. Managed to find the line. And that's disappointing because he played a delightful positional shot. And then next thing you know, he misses the 3-ball, which seemed like it was a straightforward shot. Patrick going the straight kick off the top rail. 3 is into the bottom left corner pocket. Was close, but unfortunately it's not safe. Even though that 3-ball just managed to drop in, the angle he's left himself on the 4-ball is perfect to go closer towards the 5-ball. It feels like this match is well in the balance for whoever picks up their game. Neither of the breaks have been particularly creating chances for either of the players. So whoever can make the least amount of mistakes, you'd feel would have the best chance to win this match. A bit more power required on the 6-ball, on and off the side rail. Yeah, that's nicely done. And it's unforced errors like that that really, well, just shatters your confidence, doesn't it? And these racks and errors, they stack up. I mean, in all honesty, it should have been 4-all. And if Patrick dishes the table, and you think back of how many racks could have gone the other way, but all sorts is happening now. Both players a little bit under it. Even this here, golden opportunity passed by Patrick, but he's left his opponent in such an awkward spot. Don't know whether he can cut this 8-ball into the side pocket. I think he's called the bank. He's that 10 ball to his rescue, but I think this combination is on. As long as it's not dead straight, that 8 ball should come off the line of this combination, because the 10 ball will be respotted after this. I suppose you'd have to say, first things first, the good news is he's not hooked himself, but you know, I don't think he's called anything. No, going for the safety. And this 8 ball is cuttable. It's far from easy though. We've seen his opponent have better chances in this rack already. Yeah, I think he needs to attack here. The safety doesn't look... Oh. This can be considered safe, of course. And nevertheless, there is a shot on here for his opponent. Potential shot to nothing, as we call it. As long as he misses this on a thin side. No, not interested in the attacker. Whereas hugely underhit. The 9 ball should have been glued to the top rail, bottom rail, actually. Both players ever so slightly seem to have lost the way a little bit in this match. This is a tricky shot here for Patrick. Playing this with inside. Yeah, so another opportunity for Bertrand to draw level once again. Needs that cue ball to go a bit further. Yeah, that's fine. So both players have had at least 3 or 4 chances in this rack. It's looking like the Frenchman, although the last time, well, oh my days. I literally wanted to say, although the last time I took the 10 ball for granted, he missed it. And what does he do next? He misses again. And in all fairness, that wasn't even remotely close to the pocket, so man, if anything, he should consider himself a bit lucky, having missed it by such a margin, not to leave his opponent with something easier than this. Where's his cue ball going? Yeah, once again he's missed the 10 ball, and somehow from somewhere, both times he's not been punished by it, but you can see it. You can clearly see it into his body language. Missing easy 10 balls does not particularly fuel your confidence, even though twice in a row he's not been punished for it. He needs to really recompose himself. He's still well and truly in this match. It's 4-all for a place in the last 16. Maybe next time take a extension on a 10 ball just to be absolutely sure he makes it. It seems like this time of the match, Bertrand is having the run of the table. Well, judging by the position of his cue ball, I can only presume Bertrand is chasing that 3-foul rule. And, well, even if this is a hook, that cue ball should have been glued onto the 3 ball. He's left a straightforward one real kick shot here. Not saying cannot be missed. We've seen crazier things happen in this match already. But that's simply not difficult enough, I feel. tricky positional shot coming up. Don't think he can hold it for the 4-ball. He felt he could, and in all honesty, he's played that to perfection. Might have to just slow roll this one. Let the cue ball go forward, well, 1 or 2 inches. I opted to play it a bit more firm with a more positive stroke. Still some work to do with his cue ball though. Don't know whether he can get enough backspin and side spin on this 5-ball. And try and prevent having to go upwards with the cue ball after the 7. As long as he can avoid the 10-ball, which I think he can, he should be okay. Just a matter of making this 7-ball a little bit thinner. So this cat and mouse game will have another chapter to it. It's now 5-4 to Patrick. It's been nip and tuck all the way through, with the Swedish player getting to break. By far of the 2 players, he's been breaking more consistent. However, the table has not cooperated majority of the match, aside from the first break, of course, which was a beautiful textbook break and run. Patrick trying to recreate that first break. One thing is for sure, he does tend to create a lot of power on his break. He's pretty reliable in the power strokes. Yeah, how do you like that for a break? That's a delightful break once again. And it has to be said, in an important part of the match. I was a bit surprised why he opted to put his bridge hand in between the rail and the cue ball. It just makes aiming so much harder on a longer distance shot, particularly if you're trying to roll it. And after having had such a delightful break, to see his opponent at the table must be a dagger to the heart. Cue ball will be going close to the left center pocket. Went in and out. Desperately tried to avoid it. Thought if he would go the other way, he would guarantee himself to avoid any possible scratches. I've not seen Bertrand call a pocket here, so I presume he's trying to play safe. And I don't think he's left a direct pot on for his opponent, so I guess you could say mission accomplished. But I'm sure he would have loved for his cue ball to be a bit closer to the rail. Bertrand clearly called the top right corner pocket. We'll be going for this. It's a tricky pot, this, given the circumstances. Makeable, yes. Unmissable also. This 9-ball into the left middle pocket. Good shot there by Patrick, and an important rack for him to put himself on the hill. So whatever happens, in theory he would get 3 bites at the cherry. That scratch of the break has given Patrick the perfect chance to close out this match. The 3 onto the 4 seems to be the most difficult part of this match. And this rack, final rack, could be the final rack, of course, if he goes on to clear the table. And that's a beautiful shot he's played there. Be interesting to see whether he draws this one back. Yeah, I think from this side of the 5 ball, it's a bit easier to play position onto the 6. Needs to cross the center line of the table. Just like that. So I want to land. I think he's okay considering the angle he's left himself on the 6 ball, but this cue ball a little bit, well, not a little bit, absolutely glued to the rail. Does add a little element of difficulty on this shot. Safely in. Now, he needs to make up his mind whether he wants to land below the middle pocket onto the right side of the table or above. Clearly that 8 ball must be potable into the middle pocket. It looks very tight from this camera angle. I think it's one of those that you probably better off by just committing onto the pot rather than trying to be a little bit too cute with your cue ball. He's not even attempted a pot there. That is a bit surprising. And although it's not a complete sellout, but from where he was sitting, Bertrand, you tend to think he should be happy just he's at least back at the table. Desperately trying to will on that 8 ball to go a little bit further. Don't know whether he can see an edge of this. Even if you can only see an edge, it's still a tricky shot. It's called a straight bank shot. So maybe it is a jump shot that is required. So in all fairness, if that 10 ball wasn't have been in his way, that cue ball probably would have disappeared into the bottom right corner pocket, and he's been very fortunate indeed. These are not easy jump shots. There's a lot that can go wrong in this shot. I'm not so sure what happened, but he made a foul. I didn't see any foul, I didn't detect a foul, but something happened. In all fairness, that's a very poor shot he's played there, Patrick. He had a lot more options with the position he was facing, the 9 ball. Although this safety shot is pretty decent. Created a lot of distance. It'll be a bank shot for sure. Just to be sure, Bertrand has called a bank shot into the left corner pocket, top left, from this camera angle, and it's in. What a delightful shot that is. Well, Patrick Enboom, he had a golden chance in the previous rack and butchered the position from 9 to 10, and the Frenchman is still in this match. Of course, he does trail 5-6, so he's a little bit relying on Patrick's break. Well, I did say he's a bit reliant on Patrick's break, and well, getting a ball in hand is pretty much the best you could hope for if you're in Bertrand's seat. I think he's left himself very little angle to work with. Don't know whether he can cross towards the right side of the table. If he can't, might have to consider that 4 onto the 9 or 8. So it's the combination onto the 8 ball. Maybe he's trying to send this 4 ball behind the back of the 9. Rail first, then hit the 8. Very narrow gap, as you can see. But still, safely in. Nice shot played there by Bertrand. Wants to be a bit straighter onto the 5 here. Doesn't really want to go into the 7. That's high enough. No real reason not for him to draw a level in this match and decide, or force a decider, I should say. No, I honestly cannot tell you what he was trying to do there. I have no idea. Within one shot, what seemed to be, well, almost unmissable, he's somehow managed to let slip of that great opportunity, and this is not safe, mind you. Patrick can clearly see the cutting angle on the 7, and even if he was to miss this, as long as he hits it on the thin side, he should get this 7-ball save. This essentially for the win. Well, missed it on the thin side, and as you can see, has left it safe. Usually in these situations you tend to say something, but I've learned so far in this match it's probably for the best that I don't predict any outcome. There's been so many twists, so many opportunities turned over, so normally I would say this is a good chance to make it 6-all. Oh my word, can you believe it? You can hear him say so sorry. I mean, he called a bank shot, absolutely missed it by a mile. The 7 runs into the 10, still falls into the pocket he called it in. And that cue ball is very close. Is it in? Unbelievable scenes. Wow. Well, even Steven Spielberg couldn't have written a script like this. Everything is happening. But one thing is for certain, we will have one last rack to decide the winner of this match. Well, usually when it's a deciding rack, it's very straightforward to say it's anyone's game, but well, that phrase could be literally the case in this match. It is anyone's game. So many twists and turns we've seen so far, and even that little nudge on the 9-ball. immediately presents Patrick with a small dilemma. That's a, well, it felt always like a guaranteed safety. Though I feel like if he could have sent his cue ball towards the 3 and the 7, this one real escape was not available to his opponent. He's called the bottom rail, bottom corner pocket, left corner pocket that is. It just feels like the type of rack that suits this match. No straightforward, clear-cut favorite so far because of the position of the balls and everything that's been going on prior to this just confirms that prediction. Although one thing I've learned over the years in cue sports, anything and everything goes. And with the same token, anything and everything can be missed. That's the first real tough safety shot, tough safety escape. Of course, that doesn't resolve all the problems on the table, but that's pretty much the best he could have done out of that situation, Patrick.
Foul.
I don't know whether Patrick feels he can play a aggressive safety shot here. Send the 2-ball towards the right side of the table, maybe hide his cue ball behind either the 8 or the 5. Both players out of their extensions. That's way too hard. Yeah, that's way too hard. You could clearly see he wasn't 100% committed to the shot. He's still wandering in between two minds, and well, he had to use his extension, and you don't need me to tell you that this was not the outcome he was after. Because of the position of the 5-ball, I'm not so sure whether Bertrand fancies going all out attacking here. He's got a chance to disturb the 5 and the 8 in playing a safety. No. Let's just focus on his cue ball. That's fine, but I suppose even if his opponent, well, leaves him an opening, he still has to address that problem, the 5-8. Bertrand has called this 5-8 combination. It's a tricky combination given the circumstances. Missable, yeah. Such has been the complexion of this match. That never felt like an easy opportunity. Well, grossly underhit the cue ball there, and I'm not so sure whether he wants to go for this. Very difficult shot. Might just have to send the 9 ball towards the bottom rail next to the 10. That's a delightful putt there by Patrick. And that's the end of this match. A hard-fought battle between Patrick Enbon and his opponent. It is Patrick who prevails into the last 16. Don't forget, there was originally a match scheduled for 17:45 local time. So the stream will still keep going. Stay tuned as we will have more action coming your way. For now, thanks for your time and attention, and see you shortly.
Everybody to the Predator IBPF European Pool Championships in Assen, the Netherlands. Our next match for today is a loser round 3 match between from Sweden Torvald Asplund. He will be facing from Luxembourg Serge van Kauvenberg. The game is 10 ball, race to 7 alternate break, and in the commentary booth for this match will be myself, Tim de Ruiter, trying to go over all the shots, but we all know that's not always possible. Let's see how exciting these gentlemen can make this match. Serge breaking off in the first rack. Does manage to make a ball on the break. Does he get something on the one? I would say I have some quite bad news for him, because that one ball did not get into the open, and a cluster with the 7. Could play a very aggressive push out, opening the 7 and leaving possibly a jump over the 1. Did push to an open shot, cue ball near the rail. And the first question was always going to be how to get on the 2 ball, and the first shot has been missed for this match. Well, very messy in what he's about to do here with putting the cue ball in between the rail and the 1. That's very difficult. What is the plan here behind the 9? I mean, I would be very scared to double hit the cue ball. I think he might have played it all right, but then the 1 ball opened up on the other side. So he does win the safety battle. Serge van Kauvenberg has a shot on the 1, but then again, like I mentioned, It's not a guaranteed shot to have on the 2. We'll have to go around the 5, and with that precise position play, usually does come a missed opportunity. And just leaving each other not so much at the moment. Well, does have the distance, but there's a big chance the cue ball is going all the way down table. Behind the 7-9. Yeah, nicely played. Good shot there from Asplund. Well, good hit, some roll afterwards. So, like I said, it's always that first rack that always gets so tricky. And then now both players not giving each other much. Just look at this. The 1 ball going to land behind the 3 ball is not available. Well, did hit the 9 ball first, so ball in hand goes to Serge. And now, that's the one thing with 10 ball 2 is how the rack from the beginning sometimes is laying, well, quite horrible, quite nasty. But then after a couple shots, couple safeties, they bump the balls a couple times. And then, like for example now, this run out is a lot more available. The only problem I see is to get from the 3 to the 4, as the 4 does not go to the bottom left. Still does manage a nice 2 ball. Kind of a big risk there, but manages to make the 2. Bumped the 4 ball open to a nice position, and does have a natural angle on the 3 ball to get on the 4. But has not made the 3 ball. A little bit of a pokey shot. You could see him strike the ball very short and pulled back the cue. Usually it could go, well, usually it goes off track, so you're aiming at a certain point, but because of that stroke you might push it off the line. Oh, and that was a surprising miss. I have to say, did not see that coming. Had prime shape on the 6. Only had to pocket the 6 to be prime on the 7. So Like I mentioned, first rack always uncomfortable to start off with, and of course this is a one loss side match. Both players, well, almost out of the tournament. Cannot say they're out of the tournament yet before they actually are. They still have a chance to get back to the single elimination stage. Yeah, we have 3 categories playing this week. We have the above 45 age category, above 55, and the ladies. This is a match in the 45 and above category. It's also the most participants have enlisted in the above 45 years old category, and thus makes it more difficult to get to the single elimination. This is to get the first game on the board, difficult 10. It makes a beautiful play, that's so soft too, but nice and clean stroke, and gets the first game on the board. Torvald Asplund from Sweden. As you see on the other table, Dutchman Giuliano Smit is up against Francis Reda Belhash. Great match also to watch. We've got 2 great matches on this TV tables for you guys. All available on ProBilliardTV. Awesome coverage again also. Like I've mentioned a couple times during the Euro Tour and the Men's European Championships. I think all the events really have stepped up since Predator has been, well, more involved with them. And eventually that will grow the sport, so just always great to see the development within the sport, of course. Well, brought 2 cues to the table. Eventually did drop 1. She did see the ball clearly passed by, so yeah, so focused on holding the cue ball, aiming the 2-ball thick, and another snooker, another safety behind the 5, and the jump cue coming out. The only problem I have with this jump is I don't think it has that much value to jump this ball, just because of the 3-ball not passing to the bottom left. So you can give up a lot. For example, like this, you can give up an open opportunity, even though if you had made it, you would not even have something to continue. Yeah, quite a trap actually. Did not manage to get on the 3-ball. And also another thing I've seen all day, which is definitely one of the trickier things on these stream tables, is the fact that we have a referee available for all the stream tables, and that means that also the shot clock is in effect. So possibly if you have been playing all day without the shot clock and now suddenly you feel like you have to play faster, that's why they might look quite rushed overall. Yeah, in the end, I mean, like I've mentioned, this is a one-loss side match, and that also means that both of them have been struggling so far to stick with the winner's bracket. That could be because of their own performance, could also be because their opponent just played really well. So it's not easy to judge them based on that. But so far, this match, they haven't really started off with their best play. I have to say, on the other side, I've also seen them, or seen other players struggle in the opening stage of the match, and then just playing better and better throughout the end of the match. So, of course, it doesn't say much. See, nice 8-ball there, though. Nice cueing. Slight bit more angle on this 10. But to double the score. Extension coming out. And he does double the score. 2-0 now, Torvald Asplund, and slightly starting to hit the ball a bit better. Oh, look at this monster break. And gets the shape on the 1. And this is kind of important, I feel like, for Serge to get going. I mean, it's always nice when you make a couple balls on the break. Now, if you get the shape, the 2 and the 3 very much available, a lot of space on the table, I would say you'll have to favor yourself for the run out. Now, gotta make sure he's straight enough on the 3-ball to drop back down table on the 5. More angle is going to be more tricky. Yeah, that was definitely the problem. That's why he had to actually get straighter on the 5. Or on the 4 ball, excuse me. I might be completely wrong there. There was a 3 ball in the top left corner. The straighter he could have gotten there, the easier it was to draw using one rail. To cross over the side pocket does come into play. And another great chance to extend the lead to 3-0, and I feel like we might have to see a timeout or something, some kind of break to settle down yourself, but also to slow down your opponent. Yeah, he gets the ball in hand and runs out clean. 3-0 now, 3-zip. Not too sure. I think there might be someone in the crowd trying to push his countrymate a little bit. I'm just not very sure whether... Well, it might affect Serge also a bit. Yeah, similar like the last rack where Serge broke him off and made a couple balls and really got going for a bit until he scratched, and then he kind of gifted the rack to Torvald. Now I'm wondering the same thing. The beginning of the rack is quite alright. It's all kind of alright. The biggest problem is you have to connect the dots, and if you leave yourself just slightly too much or not enough angle, did he get far enough on this 4? Or he might be too short. Might have to bank the 4 ball. I mean, sure, he could still play the cut, but I've just seen so many balls not go in, cutting to the side. And the shape has to play shape on the 5-8 combination. Bit off angle. I mean, you still gotta shoot it though, even though you might not like it as much. But like I mentioned, the last track he did something like this. Yeah, slightly lost control, but I think he still has the cut. Went for the bank, does get the second prize, I think. Might see a small jump coming out, or... No, it's Might not be the jump. Oh, just barely got on the 6 ball. Just that slight nudge on the 7 could have definitely spoiled the party. Now, still a chance. He's gonna feel so much better if he gets the finish here. He just doesn't, and again, did not have to draw the cue ball back from the 7 in the side. That's just making the shot a little bit different. Yeah, Torvald really getting the opportunities to run away. Definitely not saying he's playing his best pool, but more saying in the end it's him getting the racks on the board. It's him grinding his way through it. Did leave slightly more angle on the 7, but could play for the 9 in the right center. Yeah, slightly more difficult shot. Has to play a little left though. Cannot just make the ball and run the cue ball to the short rail. No. That was tough. I mean, imagine all the extra effort on the cue ball you have to put. I mean, just that's probably most likely why he's missed the object ball on the thin side. Oh, just difficult shot after difficult shot. This is a long 10 cue ball near the rail. Things could get really devastating if he does not make this 10 ball. Wow, what a cueing. Kind of interesting how he's really been struggling this whole match to then fire in that 10 ball. And looks like we are going to have a timeout. I think that's a good choice. Really has to make sure he gets his stuff together. So in the meantime, I'm going to leave you with Giuliano Smith against Reda Belhaj on the side. And I will be right back when, well, the players get back. So stay tuned. We got a lot more to come from the Predator IBPF European Senior Pool Championships. Yeah, so Serge van Kauvenberg winning the last rack, putting the last rack on the board. Makes a slight comeback possible. So let's see, took his break, might be completely able to turn around this match. He has been struggling quite a bit. Good break. Cue ball twice, was running towards the corner and then still the 6 pushed it in. Making 2 balls. So now ball in hand for Torvald with, look at this layout. I think Serge broke the balls. I mean, not perfect, obviously, because he scratched, but if you look at the overall spread, there was good energy on the balls, no clusters, quite full. Interesting how he chose to leave such a long distance on the 5. He wasn't in the most horrible shape on the 4. And that's exactly why he's missed the 5 ball. Just the distance has not left a great opener for Serge, but on the other side, he did offer the table on a plate for Torvald, so he should be happy to be back at the table. Wow, that just barely dropped. But barely does count. Now does the 8 still go to the bottom left? Serge might have bumped the 9 over just a slight bit too much. It's playing the short side to the side pocket. I think the speed is great. Very close to being perfect. Yeah, that's another thing that some people don't really think about, is the fact that taking a timeout can really give your opponent also the time to settle down. Maybe they're very nervous for the arena. I mean, who knows about the circumstances? Things could be very hot inside, or it's the cameras, or there is always something that could bring you a little bit uncomfortable, and well, maybe 4 or 5 minutes in the chair just sitting there makes you get used to the whole happening. So now the score 4-1. Torvald Asplund breaking the balls. Oh, cue ball just barely staying on the table. No future on the one ball though, so guaranteed visit for Serge. Yeah, I kind of feel like you have to take this on as long as you can bring the one ball underneath the 3 and the 10. Kind of feel like you should. Could also play over the right side, playing the 1 into the 4 and the cue ball underneath the 2 ball. Oh. Caught the side pocket point. Did he leave this 1 ball on? Because that could be very tragic if you consider the fact that the 2 and the 3 ball are right next to it. But it was not on. And yet again, 2 and the 3 clustered up, so a bit of a funny rack since we've seen the break. Yeah, they tried to open up, but it was laying a little funny, especially running into it from that side. Does make a good contact, good land behind the 10. Is apologizing there. I think it's a nice gesture. I mean, he's realizing that it's getting quite fortunate. This match so far, I feel not really been dictated by the rules. I mean, sometimes you have these matches where it just feels like the rules are deciding who's supposed to win. In this case, I think it's a little bit of skill, a little bit of rolls, and then, well, some mistakes. I mean, probably things that might have never happened to them before. So, new experiences they can learn from. Now still some difficulties. Just saying, to get from the pink 4 to the orange 5, you have to get such a nice shape on it. Well, I wouldn't really consider this to be ideal shape to get to the 5 ball. Well, I have to say, did play a very excellent safety shot there. This is quite the hook and could really reward him with a lot more after. Yeah, not exactly sure how to get to the 5-ball either. Could choose to play intentional foul, but always risky. Oh, just no rail. Very close. I mean, if you consider being hooked so bad, I don't really think there was a easy intentional foul to play as well. So, good safety shot from the man from Luxembourg. Like I said, I mean, it's so easy to judge on the sideline. How often do most of the players in their local club play with a shot clock, for example? Like, I definitely remember my first couple times playing with the shot clock, and even though I was young and I was fast around the table, it freaked me out really bad. Just because you're so used to play that same pace around the table like you always do when playing pool. And now suddenly something else dictates what kind of pace you must have around the table. And that just doesn't always fit to how you feel like playing that day too. So for them, maybe they came out of the gate a little weak. They could possibly still finish well if you give them some time to do so. Just doesn't want to scratch the cue ball. Look at this cue ball. No, 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 no. Why did he not just play? He could have played with stun left, following along the long rail. Or maybe top left, but... yeah, another gift to Torvald Asplund here. Now I feel like... kind of feel like he's starting to go very comfortable. He's got a 4-game lead in the alternate break format. He's definitely going to settle down knowing that his opponent is struggling so bad. And still the interesting thing is, that's why I'm saying, could be just how nervous they are. The one rack he did win and get on the board, he made a very long, difficult 10-ball on there. So it's not like... I mean, he does show us that he can make difficult long shots, good shapes, but it's just not clearing out the racks. And, well, eventually that's what pool is about. Yeah, then again... his break overall. Needs a nice nudge. Does get on the 2-ball. Took away all the speed of the cue ball, that green 6. Now, this is, again, like, to get on the 4-ball, you have to cross the positional area, so it's very easy to land too short or too long, and that's exactly what has happened to him again. This is mainly, him running out of shape is mainly because of the line he's playing. Not that he had, like, a lot better option. So a solid hit on the 4. Does he get somewhat of a hook behind the 6? Oh, that was a nice shot. Does have quite alright shape on the 5. Just a little bit difficult with the stretching. But can leave the 6 to the side. Just not sure. We'll have to force the cue ball with top right spin towards the 7. So it's a little bit more firm. See, now it looks like he's more pacey and things working slightly better for him. So I'm saying, I just think it's the whole dynamic of this match. And now, of course, when I said he looks to be playing a little bit faster and he's missed the 7 ball, I'm just surprised he was trying to hold the cue ball for the 8. I was expecting him to play top left and possibly cross over 2 rails to the center of the table. And this gift could bring the Swede on the hill first. Like I mentioned in the beginning, maybe Asplund also struggling a bit. But now towards the end where Serge is, well, not finishing the racks he's starting off. You see the man from Sweden here most of the time getting the job done. I mean, I don't want to put some magic spells on him. I don't believe in that anyways, but some people do, so he has the shape on the 10, should make the 10, but who knows, maybe he gets nervous once again. I mean, wouldn't be the first shot we've seen missed, quite surprisingly. Yeah, he gets the job done, and I think that overall is just the biggest difference in this match. Not the fact that Van Kauffenberg is not making any balls, or, well, the fact that he can make a ball or something weird or not play any shape, but in the end, he does make a mistake near the end of the rack. I mean, the truth sometimes hurts. So dry break for Asplund, and there we go again. Now Van Kauffenberg making a long one. Needs another good shot from the 2 to the 3. 2 rails in between the 7-8. So it's that. Top spin, just a slight bit of right. Little nudge of the 8 does work. 4, 5, 6 are near. 7, 8, 9 also quite alright to combine. And then again, just he's so trying to hold the cue ball, I feel like, that he's either putting more spin on the ball, which is curving into the ball more, or he's trying to aim a little thicker on the ball. You could see compared to the other shots he's played, he just executes these kind of shots, the soft shots, very different. Well, seems to have the jump cue out. This, well, sometimes the look on the camera looks a little different than in real. I was expecting him to still be able to catch the 4. Now a little bit of a last call for Serge. Has the 4. Could play with a trace of inside, leave the 5 to the right center. Because if you go with left, or like stun left, that stun is very difficult to spread the pace. It's so easy to lose the speed if you play like top left, and if you play stun, it's usually too fast. I mean, I think it's just very safe to say that Serge just really not feeling it so far, and it might not happen for him today. The good news is that this is only the 2nd discipline of the 4 in the European Senior Pool Championships run by the Predator Group and EPBF. That was a good shot right there from Asplund. Could be a match winner behind the 10. So he still has a couple chances to redeem himself. Possibly 8-ball or 9-ball might be his favorite game. Moreover, 10-ball, who knows? What does he leave? He has left a shot on. But this might not be over yet. There is the angle on the 5 and still has to run the cue ball 1 rail off to the right side of the 6. Unless he holds it under the 10. But that was a little bit more sensitive in the tip position category. Had to be a little higher. So stun follow with right. That's where a lot of balls are being missed. The in-between areas. Good hit. Now then. 6-ball on. 7 to the corner. The 8 lines things up nicely for the 9 in the top right. Oh, and he's missed the 7. Now, of course, with all the events being run, there is the 45 plus, the 55 plus, and the ladies categories. All the draws, more information, the participant list. Everything is on epbf.com, the European Pocket Billiard Federation. So all the information is on there. So if you would want to know when our next match is, you could find it on there. If you would want to know how your favorite player is doing, trust me, there's a bunch of information on there. Well, our next match will be at 8:30 local time. For now, this 10 to make it to the next round, unfortunately. For Serge, he's out of the tournament. Struggled quite a bit, but eventually one had to go through. So this time it will be Torvald Oslund from Sweden. Might have pronounced his name wrong because they took it away. But the Swede is true. Asplund. Torvald Asplund is through to the next match. And Tim de Ruiter is signing off for today. Hopefully we'll see you back at 8:30 for our last match for today. And in the meantime, enjoy your meal and we will see you soon.